my time is precious. You hurt me, work me, fuck me reckless. But then you made me believe that we got something, you and me. Oh baby, didn't have to leave. We all my records and my weed. How am I supposed to trust again? How am I supposed to love? Oh baby, didn't have to leave. We all my records and my weed. How am I supposed to trust again? How am I supposed to love? Now I spend it all up, all of my love. I spend it all up, all of my love. I spent it on you, spent it on you. Yeah, I spend it all up, all of my love. I spend it all up, all of my love. I spent it on you. Said I spent it on you.
She was living on couches that belonged to her friends. She would sleep with her feet in the shins hanging over the ends, looking over her shoulder, never knowing herself. Like a lady she could never fit into somebody new came along. We were singing like weddings where the money was good, taking tips, singing hits for the pants on the single duster. Never want to get lucky, never making a play. Now the words get learned on the lines that they never stay too long.
Cereal-free, wie es der Name sagt, getreidefreies Futter für Pferde mit niedrigem Energiebedarf oder Stoffwechselproblemen.
Dein Partner im Reitsport.
Für Pferde mit Magen- oder Muskelproblemen bietet Gastric Energy die optimale Versorgung.
They say it takes one to know one. It's a saying that's particularly true when it comes to champions of equestrian sports. You see, by recognizing each other's talents and needs, they help each other to perform at the highest level. So, if you aim to join the very best, choose championship quality. Choose Rulofsson Horse Trucks.
Bei der Auswahl des Pferdefutters für meine Pferde mache ich keine Kompromisse. Deshalb fütter ich Ludgers aus Überzeugung.
Welcome along, everybody. Great to be here in Riesenbeck for the Jumping European Championships for children, juniors and young riders. Welcome to 2025's European Championships for the youth. It all begins here this afternoon and it starts with the juniors. 20 different teams starting out. There's over 110 individuals. And I'm only talking about the juniors here. So this is going to be an amazing week of sport. There is absolutely no doubt about it. And I think the first thing to say to each and every one of the riders taking part, good luck, quite simply. We wish you well. We know how good you are, and we know that there will be highs, inevitably lows, but enjoy yourselves while you're here. At, of course, one of the homes of the greatest riders that has ever graced the show jumping arena, because, of course, this is Ludger Beerbohm's home here in Germany, Riesenbeck. Of course, a huge equestrian venue, not only from training and breeding, but, of course, now with the show facilities throughout the course of the year, a regular host of the Global Series, and, of course, a former venue as well for the European Championships of show jumping for the seniors, just, 4 or 5 years ago. So we're looking forward to it. To all of those of you tuning in, I hope you're probably going to dip in and out, I'm sure, until we get to the business end of proceedings later in the week. But we're going to begin with the Table C for the juniors. So we have up to 5 riders involved in each of the junior teams. And the fastest individual today will finish today on a score of 0. And then there will be a division of points, I should say, penalties that are worked backwards from that. So you'll get those fraction penalties depending on how far they are off the leading time. They'll take the best 3 out of the 5 potential scores that are available to a team today. Yes, there are some teams with a little bit less in, but ultimately let's work it that way. And that'll set things up for the team score going into the team competition, which will take place here on, get my days of the week right, Thursday. And that's when of course, Chef de Keats will be selecting the 4 riders that'll go into those team competitions. They are then, again, best 3 out of 4 scores. That takes us through into the final of the medals. So very similar to how it works with the horses in the senior championship, but just in the youth championships, they get the advantage of having a 5th rider that they can count with on day number 1, which is a great way of doing it. Of course, all the way through, we should not forget that all of these jockeys are competing as individuals as well. Come the end of the team rounds of jumping, which will have already been 3 rounds of jumping, if you can get yourself into the top 30 individuals at that point, you'll go on in to the individual finals, and that's another 2-round competition where we go from 30 to 15. Good luck to all of them. Lynn Arvidsson to get things started here, and riding with Glenn Morangi, the young Swedish rider who has already competed on 2 junior European teams over the previous couple of years, also in the children's back in 2021. Course designer Peter Schumacher, who is here this week with Phil Schmader and Peter Manas, the TD is Louis Connix. And with this being a table C, we don't need to talk about time allowed, we just need to talk about seconds added. And now we're coming across the ground, down towards that parallel, up and over we go. She's certainly not wasting time here over the water tray. Now turning back up into these final few fences. You can see this double down to the last. If you're going to start with a clear. That is the way to get things started. Lynn Arvidsson, 73.67. You can only go as fast as you can go, but if you can do it with a clear round, not have any seconds to add in, then you're putting yourself in a good place, and that will be a real confidence boost for the team from Sweden. Well, the Irish team have had plenty of success at youth level over the years, and I'm pretty sure that'll probably continue very much into this year as well. They've been going well on the, of course, Youth Nations Cup circuit. This is Paddy Deep, and he's riding with Mr. Rocky Blue. Part of the pony team gold medal winning team. Of course, he was the individual pony European champion back in 2023. He's twice been a pony team gold medalist. Now getting his chance in the juniors. Beautifully done. He's a little bit slower, but again, making sure it's a safe and sensible round. And it'll only be tiny fractions that'll end up between them, I'm sure, despite the fact that we're only 2 into what is, as I said, a massive start list. There's 114 on it, so that means there's still 112 to go. If you're going to stay with us all through the afternoon and into the evening here on day 1. I think we're good. To get underway with the first of Team Germany. Fabio Thielen, of course, always going to feel that little bit more pressure, I guess, and support as well, though, for a team competing on home soil. This is a 4th appearance with this ride at the juniors, so it'll be his final year of juniors, obviously. It's twice he's finished individually in the top 5. Unfortunately, he's the first to have had a fence down today. The 4 seconds to add it at the moment. Fabio Thielen then on the 4 as the first out for Team Germany with Staccato, his long-time ride. Now this lovely mare by Staccato is the first of the riders out for the home team here this week. This is the turn of Spain now. And their first rider is Rosa Rodriguez, the 15-year-old jockey for Team Spain. And this pony, or I should say horse, is called Clauin de Lamosas, 16-year-old stallion. That's for the rider that was individual silver medalist 2 years ago in the children's European titles when we were in Italy, in Gola Minore. The 4 coming home. Seconds. Oh, another 4 seconds to add in. Sadly, right towards the end of the trap there. So a little unfortunate. But it is that score of 86.05 for the first to go for Spain. Next up's riding for Estonia. Now this is Alexandra Hierest riding Gorlin. Now this combination last year were riding for Spain, and now under the Estonian flag. Last year they were the winners of the individual European title in the children's category. So now looking to try and move things forward and see if they can repeat things under their new flag of Estonia. This same gelding by Paracoque was the gold medal winning ride last year in the children's category last year. If I recall, we ended up with quite some jump off. Was there 6 or 7 of them in that jump off last year? It is important to get a good round on the board if you can here today, especially from the individual's standpoint. She's unfortunately had a couple down and rolls over the line with 8 seconds added in. So Alexandra Hirst there goes into 5th place on an 89.83. Because, of course, the winner today ends up on a 0 score going forward. And although the fractions, and they really are fractions, make very, very small differences. And when it comes to the team, it's not, it's not massive. But if you are the fastest today, and then you can remain clear for the remaining 4 full rounds of jumping that you would have to complete after this, which is saying something, of course you'd end up a European champion. That's the way the system works, and it's exceptionally difficult to jump clear after clear after clear. We can look how hard it is in a normal Nations Cup to do a double clear. To do it over 4 more rounds this week is a big test. And of course you could end up in a jump off, you never know. Right, on course now, it's the first of the Italian team, Enrico Sattoni. His 3rd European outing, having been part of the silver medal winning team at the Children's European Championships in Spain in 2022. This is Quabil. Coming home on the 8 as they cross the line. 80.61 is the final time. So that was Quabil and the Italian there, Enrico Santoni. The next to go is for Denmark, Ingrid Christine Lorentsen riding Lechino. And making her championship debut here this year at a European level. "16-year-old gelding with lovely grey. Has of course been part of Nations Cups already in Zudeveld this season. She's doing a very good job at the moment. Rolling back round the corner we go into this final line. For reference, the leading time is 73.67. This is a nice rush. She has had the first part of the double down. It was the back rail going in. 75.08 becomes 79.08. There's actually only two riders that have got round this course without having a fence down. And they're the top two, Lynn Arvidsson and Paddy Reed. So that is how it stands at the moment. That was Inge Christian Lauritsen as the first out for Denmark. Now the first to go for Poland. This is Filip Szczeparinski riding Kranza van de Bungarlesju. And Filip, another that is making a championship debut here this year. Does the smart move and comes inside on this turn down in the combination. In fact, on course at the moment is Peter Jan Andersen for Belgium. It's swapped over, so obviously there's been a change. This is quote Constano for Peter. He makes his return to the European Championships, but it's his first time in the juniors, having jumped to the children's a couple of years back. Belgium have a very strong track record as well at these championships, so for the moment just going a little ahead. I'm waiting to find out if we're going to have Filip. Is this him now? Could well be. And, with Kranza, Filip Szczeparinski then as the first up for the Polish team. Apologies, a little change out in the order there. And there's another that's getting ready. I think that's Anne-Marie who goes to the Czech team in a few moments' time as well. They're feeding them swiftly into the arena to keep things moving along on day one. Difficult start when you've had the first down. Put it out of your mind and keep going. Carrying the 8-second penalty into Louise. Ooh, make that 12. I was about to say final few fences. Been 3 clear rounds so far, but it's the opening combination of Lynn Arvidsson and Morangi that leads the way. 73.67 is still unrivaled as a time. 82.65 will bounce up because the seconds added in takes it to 94.65 there for the first 14 Poland. Bad luck to Philip. Goes into 9th. Next up, the first 4. The next of our riders, or next team I should say, is the Czech Republic. Individual bronze medalist, in fact, at the Children's European Championships in Vilamora back in 2021 is Anna-Marie Vitek. This is her 3rd European outing, 2nd as a junior, having ridden in Italy a couple of years back. Riding here with the same ride she rode 2 years ago. This is Blackjack X. So far, so good. Well, unfortunately, the Olympic rings costing them 4 seconds, 79.73. So that will multiply to 83.73 in terms of a time and puts them into 6th place then for Anna-Marie Vitek. So that was for the Czech Republic. 10 have gone. And a long old way to go here on day 1 as the poll goes back up. The next team to get underway will be the team for... we were waiting. There we go. It's the first of the British riders. Next up, Ruby Bars is coming in. Ruby, who is riding at her first European Championship. She's been on the winning team this year with this ride, Mazzana de Rigo, in Zideveld back in May. Also jumping well recently out in Paris as well. So the first for the British team. There's Ruby Bars and the stallion Bayern Charles de Muse. Mazzana de Rigo. Time still to beat that. 73.67 is the leading round at the moment. Well, so far only 3 have managed to jump it clear. That's number 4, and Ruby Bars will go 4th. The clock sits at 78.39 on their championship debut for Mazzana de Rigo. First out for Great Britain. Well, from Great Britain, we're going to move our attention to Switzerland, if all goes to plan. This is Margaret Blanchard, and she rides a touch of Royal Carano. It's her third appearance with this ride at a European Championships as part of the junior Swiss team, having ridden the last 2 years in Italy and in the Netherlands. It's 12-year-old mare for Margaret Blanchard. Certainly gave that pole a little bit of a rattle, but I don't think it came down, nor did that one, despite the fact that they've given it a nudge. Great news story. Well done, Team Switzerland's first jockey is Margaret Blanchard, and a touch of Royal Carano delivering a clear round as well. So that good enough to go into third place as things stand. 77.41. I mean, still kind of finding it hard to realise how fast Lynn Arvidsson was. She's 3 seconds faster than second place. No one else has got anywhere near those sort of times. Well, we move our attention to the first of our Monegasque riders, and this is Margot de Koninck riding Johan A. Now, this was a lovely experience gelding. These two appeared at the Europeans last year in the Netherlands as part of the junior Monaco team. All these riders at the moment, though, doing an excellent job, all very well prepared, and got their horses here in great form. Well, it's a clear round, relatively steady, 82.09, but it is clear. We're going to 8th place at the moment for Margaret Koninck, which is actually behind two of the combinations that have had 4 seconds added on, but confident building start, and that's what it's about. It's not a sprint, it is a marathon to find your way through to the top spots at the end of this week. Now, for the Netherlands, the next up is Jifke Priem. Their first rider here would Lookalike B, the 9-year-old by Glenfiddich VPL. Right on the Pony European bronze medal winning team back in 2022, has also ridden at the Children's Europeans. Those ponies have their own European Championships separate of this week. Come up in a few weeks' time, but the ponies having their dressage and eventing, etc. Oh dear, just got in a little deep, tried to come in on the angle and got very much underneath the plank. That makes a total of 8 seconds to add. Going to the last with 8 seconds to add. As the first across the line then for the Netherlands, there is Jefke Pierem and lookalike B. Where are we heading now? To Finland. Vera Salamien riding Karinsky. The 10-year-old gelding by Orlando. Has already ridden at children's ponies and junior Europeans over the preceding 3 years, now making a second appearance and a fourth European outing for Finland in the juniors, and sadly having the first fence down. Not the first to have done that though. Gets away with a little tap of toe. Might just squeeze into the top 10 even with the 4 seconds added in. 80.908, so 84.90. It is in fact into 10th place for Finland's Vera Salamien and Karinsky. Still Sweden, Ireland, Switzerland, the 1, 2, 3, Lynn Arvidsson, Paddy Riep and Margot Blanchard. Next up, this for Romania is Alexia Aruna Kirka riding Labalia, the 9-year-old mare by Dallas. Baltic Championship team bronze medalist. First time riding at junior Europeans. Rode at the children's though 2 years ago. That makes 12. I was about to say coming into the final few fences on 8, but it isn't anymore. And it's getting tougher. 16 seconds to add. And that is where it finishes. 16 seconds to be added to the clock for Romania's Alexa there and Labalia to bring the total up to 95.67. So drops them to the bottom of the pack. So that's a shame. Well,
15-year-old mare by Silverstone and Adoption, and from Portugal, Martin Ribeiro.
Martin Ribeiro. Now it's the Portuguese turn. This experienced mare by Silverstone. Fibellini in her third European Championships over the last 3 years. Once at children's, once in juniors. Keeping it to the 4 be the aim at this point. Up and over the final fence they go. Nice round, just 4 seconds to add for Martin Ribeiro there. 81.70 the time.
And now it's his turn, the French rider with the 11-year-old mare Elegante Victoré. It's Nathan Garris, France.
Well, the first up for France goes next. Nathan Garretz. Elegant de Green. The 11-year-old mare by United Salop. Again, another to have the first fence down, which is such a shame because, again, this is a rider on a debut at a European Championship level. Again, adding to that score, it's been a clever little course that our course designer has laid out here, Peter Schumacher.
Nathan
16 seconds added in, so becomes 93.98. Nathan and Elegant de Corinne there for France, first of their team to go. Hungary up next, Hannah Budai. And this ride is a stallion called Oliver Odeveld. Tangelo. Anna riding in her third European Championships, her second as a junior. Oliver Odeveld, the ride, also her partner in the Netherlands last year. It really is showing just how easy it can be to have a fence down.
Once again, 16 penalty seconds. This time added to 78.92 seconds. The final time is 94.92. Welcome once again, Sweden at the moment, the leading nation with Lynn Arvidsson, 73.67 seconds is the best score so far. This is the 20th rider on course. Pikachu to Elton, Belgian bred, 10 years of age by coming forward. For Sweden, Elvira Obi Eriksson.
To 18th place there on 94.92 with the seconds added in. Well, we've come all the way back to where we started in terms of nations because it's Sweden. Sweden still leading. Lynn Arvidsson sets the standard, 73.67. Now it's Elvira Obi Eriksson riding Pikachu to Elzen. That's the second of the riders to come forth. Team gold medal winner at the Baltic Junior Championships in Denmark last year. Coming in on the 4. And 81.65 will become 85 at 65, goes to 12th place. For the second out for Team Sweden, who have a round, as we know, that leads the way from Lim. But that was Elvira Obi Eriksson. Next to go is the second chance for Team Ireland, who at the moment have a rider sitting in second, their first rider to go. Paddy Riep sitting in second place overall. Well, the next to go also on a European debut for the turn now of Alice Watchman. We're here with Killarney, the lovely 12-year-old stallion. Part of the winning team in Hagen. It's also still on the podium in Zidavolt this year. Well, this is looking strong for the Irish at the moment. If they can get another clear, that's going to be a big boost in confidence. Goes into 8th place, 80.51. The clock does stand as it reads. There is nothing to add.
So now Ireland in 7th and 8th position, but still Sweden in the leads. Und jetzt wieder Deutschland am Start. Mit Flying Kiss, 8 Jahre jung vom Kanal Cassini 2 und Naomi Hinreich.
Well, this is Flying Kiss on the track now. So Naomi Hammerich here and the 8-year-old mare by Kanan for Germany. Certainly off to a very positive start in the way they're riding. Feeling full of confidence, I'm sure. 4th time at the European Championships, yet to medal, but has been on the junior team the last couple of years. Oof, got very, very deep into that. Somehow, sort of, still thinks managed to jump it. Oh. Going to plan at the moment for the German rider. Oh, no, it's not. I've spoken too soon. She's just had 4. But I tell you what, look at that time. 71.35. That is the fastest we've seen from anyone, because even with a fence down, she still manages to get into 2nd place and is a second clear of Paddy in 3rd. But it was that one fence going down that costed the ability to overtake Lynn Arvidsson at the very top of the board.
Spain is coming with a 19-year-old gelding, Goya. We know very well from Germany. Goya and Carlos Porco Iron.
Well, for Spain, Carlos Barro gone in. Riding here with Goya 27. Now this is a very experienced gelding by Wanda van der Mispleer, now 19 years young. Part of the Liebenova equestrian team. Of course, the Liebenova was where these championships were held in 2022. Lovely big jump off the corner. Got a beautiful stride there, but Goya using the experience, the scope, the ability, and coming home with a nice round to put over the line for Spain. Just shy of the top 10, 81.88 with their second horse.
That's the basic final time.
Well, the next up will be
This is the individual 9th of last year's Europeans in Kielbergen. 11 years old, this stallion by Casalito and Quantum, Holstein bred.
Here we go. Kirsten Katarina Pakjova as the Slovak rider comes to the first. Well, 0-3 here. And the 11-year-old stallion by Casalito. So far so good, but still early. These two finished inside the top 10 as individuals last year. They got into 9th place over the 4 rounds or 5 rounds of jumping in the Netherlands. What a great performance indeed. You want to curse that one on the way round. 77.40 goes into the top 4 as an individual. Kirsten, well done. And a lovely round there for the Slovak rider then. So Slovakia off and running and putting in a really solid performance. Andrea Piasani next up. Team Italy's turn. And the next rider has got this 15-year-old gelding called Shalamon JJTZ. Lots to concentrate on. Ooh, I haven't seen a stop yet. Well, that's a shame for Andrea, his second Europeans. Well, he's had to recover. Of course, you've got plenty of time in a table, see? It's just the time counts against you. But you won't know exactly what scores you end up on unless you win it until the end. Oh dear, now that is bad news. There is a, if I recall, I'd need to reread it in a minute, but it's, I'm sure, is it a 20 penalty score? I think it is a 20 penalty score if you have to count an elimination on your scorecard. Either way, what a difficult day it has turned out to for those two. Now we've got Austria's Tobias Figlitz and he rides Lavisto. Can he get his way into a good position? We wait to see. Doing a brilliant job at the moment. Very positive around of jumping here from the Austrian. Oh, such a late fence to have down as well. And that makes another, so it's 2 down, 8 seconds added onto the clock for the Austrian combination of Tobias Figlitz there and Lavisto. 3 to go before we hit the opening break of the day here in this first leg of jumping for the European junior titles. Well, we look now to a partnership from Turkey. This is Sinan Martin Gerdogan riding Olympus Vanet Dinjov. Olympus looking Positive over the clip, my horse fence. Round the little angle down to that parallel, turn back. Turkish combination also having another fence down to move the score on and up to a total of 16 as they come into the final line. Shame for them because it bounces the score onwards and upwards to 99.56. Well, the Danish team off and running as the next to go. So off and running here for this partnership from Denmark. Julie Stedemann Christensen riding Berkeley's Ballerina, this 15-year-old mare. First European Championships as well for Julie, this her debut day. Up and over and onwards. Julie and the Danish rider here doing a very good job. Coming home on the 4. And there you have it, crossing the line for the Danish riders. Sinan Metin Gurdorogen. So Julie Stedemann Christensen, my apologies, was the correct name. Put my glasses on now. Right, here we go with Emilia Ziba for Poland and Gezant. Lovely little gelding by Kudros. It's doing a good job at the moment for Emilia. Clears have certainly not been a giveaway today, have they? And these are still the early stages in this class. Oh, well, there we go. Listen to the cheer. It means everything to the teams. Goes into the top 4 as well. 76.52. Emilia Ziba. Clear for Team Poland. Great start on Gizant. So, nice way to make a European debut. So as it stands, the first to go still leads the way in terms of the table. See here, it is the first day and the first of 5 rounds of jumping towards an individual title and the first of 3 rounds of jumping towards a team title. So a lot of jumping to come. We've not really scratched the surface here today. We've still got 85 to come forward here on this Tuesday evening. We're going to take a short pause for some arena maintenance and come back in a moment. Seconds out, round 2. Here we go. Second phase of this opening day, opening class of the Junior European title hunt for teams and individuals here in Riesenbeck. Riesenbeck for 2025, the host venue for the FEI Jumping European Championships for children, juniors and young riders. And as it stands, leading the way is Lynn Arvidsson and Glenn Morangi, who of course were the very first to go. The Swedish combination have set the standard 73.67. This is a table C. This is a speed competition, seconds added. It's all about sort of setting the order and the differences going forward into the team and individual competitions. So it is important to try and get a good, strong time on the board. Lynn Arvidsson, Naomi Haudrich and Paddy Riet are the 1, 2, 3. Sweden, Germany and Ireland. But on we go. As I've said before, there's a lot of jumping to come. Now, from Croatia, Indy Smilesa riding Chesterfield, the 9-year-old Czechoslovakian Blue Stallion. Who does a individual 12 months ago. Actually got into the individual finals on the final. Oh no, day when she finished in the top 30. Oh no. Really doesn't want to go in. Oh, what a shame. Straight up to give her also a little rub around the ears and says, look, don't worry about it, but you got to feel for them, you really do. Heart goes out to run into that problem on day 1. Well, now Norway, Amelie Marie Litland, de Beauzet, the 9-year-old gelding by Dominator, is next to go. Rode at the Children's European Championships a few years back when we were in Portugal in Vilamora. That on Lux My Way. Norway, next up then. Competing as an individual this week as well, because like we just saw there with Indy, Norway and Croatia, I don't believe have teams involved this week. Nice little punchy round so far though. Look at this. Well, the Norwegians, as I said, without a team, but has that gone? It has. I'll tell you what, though, you know, because it's seconds added at this stage, you keep going, and she's quick. She looks it anyway. That's more costly, the double up, and it makes it the 8 scored. So, pushes the time. Goes on to 82.10. So that makes it all that a little bit harder. 82-10, dropping them down and to out of the top 10. Otherwise, it was to say they were shuffling along rather nicely. Now Belgium. Belgium's first rider was Peter Jan Antoninsen, who's sitting in 7th at the moment. This is Lorita Skins as the next to go with Carla. Having ridden at Pony European Championships, and that's gone on 3 occasions with Navarro. It was her first time at the Youth Europeans as a junior. Oh no, just again slightly wasn't on the stride that she was needing or wanting, and see how the horse just sort of reached out in front and just lost a little bit of confidence. That was inevitable, unfortunately. Tough moments as well when you're on teams, and you know how hard each and every one of these, whether they're teams or individuals, how hard all these jockeys have trained and worked, you know, and you get the elation of being selected, you get the opportunity to compete, and all you want it, and all we want it to do for them is go well. But that's not the way this sport works. And keeping that calm composure, and whereas on a normal day, you know, a horse is fine, she knows that. On a normal day you might look to retire, but today is not a normal day, it's a championship, and you need to just try and see if you can settle everything back down, give the horse the confidence it needs to be able to finish the course. Not to be, sadly, for Belgium. But as we are aware, Belgium, she will still have the chance to perhaps jump as part of Team Belgium. I mean, the way it works is the teams of 5, of which Belgium is one of them, will only need 3 of the 5 scores today. And they'll choose the 4 to go into the teams. Either way, this is the turn now of the Czech Republic's Viktoria Pospiljova. Primavera van Denhoven is the name of the horse. This mare by Fatima Stamiz. Rode on the Children's European team last year for the Czech team. And they are a team of 5. Just 4 seconds to add at the moment for Victoria. Happy team. In fact, she's gone into 17th place, and her teammate Anne-Marie Vitek is in 16th. So pretty even there for the two so far. the Czech Republic. So good news for them. Next, we turn our attention to the second of the riders for Great Britain. The first of their riders, Ruby Barr, still sitting in the top 10 on Mazzana de Rigo. Now it's the turn of Madison Seedhouse, riding Amara Guilleri Z, the 13-year-old mare by Elvis to Put. And Madison, who's twice a team bronze medalist at Pony European Championships in 21 and 23, now making her European debut in the junior category. Ooh, got a little deep, got away with that. It is a tricky turn, isn't it? Riding past it, out of the combination, riding all the way past it. You've got to judge when you want to come back to it. It's quite an impressive round of jumping so far, because she knows she hasn't got as quickest horse over the ground, but she's been really sharp on her turns, and she's made sure that she's left all the fences up. Maddie, well done. Madison Seedhouse for Great Britain. Both their riders sitting in the top 20 so far, 17th in the order. Confidence boost. If you go clear, you don't have to be quick. If you clear, okay. Yes, time is the name of the game today, but you've got a lot of jumping to come, as I keep saying, and this is a sport that we're all aware is built on confidence. Now the turn of Matilda Larsen. Matilda next up, riding here for the Swiss team. They've already had Mala Blanchard go round, and who is sitting in 6th at the moment. Matilda is riding Flipper de Launay, the 10-year-old gelding, by Up to You. Down goes the plank. 4 seconds to be added on at the moment for Matilda. Was a children's European rider last year, stepping up now into the juniors. It'll be a good time. They'll be still an impressive time, despite the fact they've had a fence down, because 73.09 was as fast as we've seen, really. We have seen one faster, because you can look at Naomi Heinrich, who's sitting in second. She's sitting in second with a fence down. But either way, to have a fence down and still be sat in 5th, it means that 2 Swiss riders currently sitting in the top 7. How all of it pans out on penalties, we'll have to just find out later. It's just an indication when we look at their positions. Well, the next up means we look to Monaco. Marielle de Ferro riding here with Diarradis. I think we're good to go. Reassuring little word in the ear of our ride. 10-year-old gelding by Diarrado. Marie, who rode as part of the junior team on Diego last year. Seems to be riding with a lot of confidence. Just needs to keep that control. Hello. This was a really good round. This has every chance of going very high up the order. I don't think they're going to overtake the leader, but it's still an absolutely cracking performance for the Monegasque rider, Maria Ferrero. And Irada, she's gone second on an individual basis. And that time, 71.15, of course, with a clear, stands as it is. So a superb performance. She did look to be riding with a lot of confidence. The Dutch could do was sort of a good round, I'm sure, at this moment. We've just seen one rider for the Netherlands, and that was Jifke Piem. She didn't have a very easy time of it. Now it's Jonny van Zandvoort riding La Pleasure. Twice has ridden as a children's European rider. That with a horse called Esprit. Or Esprit, in 21 and 22. Doing everything right so far here for the second out for the Netherlands. Coming home with a really nice round of jumping here. That's also very good. It's got into fourth, 76.19, clear all the way. Jonny, well done. Jonny van Zandvoort for the Netherlands. So fourth place as a individual, just a little bit faster than Paddy Reap. There's one thing that's for sure, the longer this competition goes on, and it's still going to go on for quite some while, the tighter the times will be, and it really will start to come down to hundredths of a second. Now, riding for Cyprus, Petros Georgiou riding Orienta van Tarek Inid. So, Petros, who was ridden at Balkan Championships in 2021 and 2022, has never yet ridden at a European Championship, so that is what today is all about in terms of making that debut. And of course, I was about to say, of course, riding as a individual as well. Cyprus don't actually have a team here. There are in the juniors 20 teams, but of course we've got individuals competing as well. So it's all important to keep going and try and get round to move forward. He's recovered well from that stop. I know he's had a fence down. Just needs to be a little bit careful down this final line. Doesn't want to run into any more problems. No more problems, and that's a 90.13 time when you add the 4 seconds to it. But importantly, it'll mean it'll move forward and head to that next round of jumping when we have the first round of the teams, of course. The second round of the teams over the upcoming games, they also count as individual rounds as well. Finland go next, and this is the turn of Sani Ile riding Isabel Lady M. Finland with a full team of 5 here this week, and Sani, who was part of the team last year at the Children's European Championships, where she... Oh no, I was about to say, oh dear, the clip my horse Triple Bar causing problems there for the silver medal winner, the individual silver medal winner from the Europeans in the children's category 12 months ago on Backwards Challenger. Big shock. Not what you would have seen coming. There's the bell to say that the course is set and ready to continue with. Doesn't want to jump it. That's her individual hopes gone for this year. She will still, as I said, the way it works, she still could get brought back in within the team. It'll be down to Chef Keep Marcus Buckland as to whether he chooses her as part of the lineup of 4.
14th competitor for the combination in the first competition for the Europeans of the juniors.
We'll see what happens later.
Romana, bred 10 years of age by Lando Rafael.
From Slovenia now, Lina Rocco riding Romana. So also jumping as an individual, I understand. So rode last time at the Europeans in Italy 2 years ago with this same mare when she was 8, now 10-year-old. This mare is by Landor S. The first part of that went, unfortunately, for Alina. Quite a wide line back there, most of... anyway, coming down to the final line. .86.18. Crossing the line with 4 to add, becomes 90.18 for the Slovenia rider. Lina Rocco goes just outside the top 30. Lynn Arvidsson, Marina De Ferro, Naomi Hamalik, Jonny van Sanvoort, Paddy Reap, Amelia Ziba, Matilda Larsen, Kirsten Pakrova, Margaret Branchard, and Peter Antonsen are the current top 10. Elena Iliana Braran next to go, the Romanian rider, joining us with Cambuero. They had a couple of Nations Cup outings this year, but it is the first time that Eleanor has competed at a European Championship. Romania, again, I didn't see, despite the fact I keep scanning the list up and down. No, Romania do have a team. I was going to say, I keep looking up and down this list of 20 different countries. It's easy to miss one. Just went left. Oh no, she's down as well. I hope she's okay. That's such a shame. Finding Elena Barana there, and Camuero, I think from the round of applause it would indicate that she's back up on her feet. But either way, not what she wanted, not what we wanted to see at the start of her European Championship outing. But it is a course that has caused the odd issue with one or two. This championship course first day, it's very, very jumpable, and it's a lovely table C, but one or two of them have come unstuck. Now to Portugal. The next Portugal again with a team here this year. And this is Alfonso Ferreira Ribeiro riding D My Dreams Z. Rode to the Europeans in Villamora back in 2021 in the children's category. He's the second of the riders we've seen for Portugal. Martin Ribeiro still sitting in the top 15 with his ride a little earlier on. Oof, again, combination. Always jumped in too well, got far too close to the next part of it. Again, just kept seen it happen in a few places now, just running in a little deep. They'll finish on a total of 12 seconds to add, so that'll take them to 98.85, I would see on the screen, for the round from Alfonso Ferreira Ribeiro there for Team Portugal with D My Dream Z. We move our attention from Portugal to France for their second rider. This will be Eliza Richard riding Chivar's Dream Boy, the gelding by Tinker's Boy. He was part of the French team at the European Pony Championships in Belgium last year. Now stepping up into the juniors. Ooh, golly gosh, she nearly got jumped clean out the saddle. She's done well to stay in. She was heading, certainly not heading in the same direction as her horse at one point. She's going to come round and go again, but at least she stayed there. And she still hasn't got her stirrup back. Oh. I'm still not sure she's fully pedalled. she isn't. You can see she's still not got a left stirrup, but she's just kept going. Full marks to this young lady. And these are not small fences, 1.40 meters. And she's just kept going. It's got behind her leg, which is what's made it so hard, and it keeps hitting her every time she jumps the fence. You know what? She's now had a fence down. This time's going to stand. That was a brilliant effort. Absolutely très bien. Well done. I mean, Eliza Richard, Jeeves Dream Boy. She was certainly, for just a brief moment there, heading in certainly the direction that would not have seen her stay in the saddle, and somehow she recovered it. Then, you know, really, do they need stirrups when they can ride like that? Anyway, great news for her and for France. Now, Hungary. Nora Farkas riding Rolls Royce is the next to go. Championship debut for Nora. Hungary, of course, with a team here. This is actually the Hungary have come out the draw in 20th place, so what we'll in a moment do is flip back to Sweden, which of course will mean we'll start seeing the third rider from each of the teams.
It's a day. And ladies and gentlemen, it's such a nice birthday present. She makes herself to 18th birthday. Congratulations, Nora Farkas.
Oh, happy birthday, and what a day to celebrate, what a round to celebrate, getting the clear round there for Nora Farkas on her championship debut at the Europeans here in the juniors. There's a smile, now going to enjoy some birthday celebrations with the team.
Starting with the first and the third round of riders now. Sweden still in the lead with Lynn Arvidsson.
Well, the next up, it's going to be the turn of Sweden. So we are now moving on to the third rider from the teams. And still Sweden, Lynn Arvidsson, who was the very first to go. Where are we up to? 45th forward, and she's still leading. But now it's her teammate, Wearily Bartolston Norton, riding here with Toulouse PPZ. And this is the combination that were part of the gold medal winning team in 2024. And of course, that was at the Baltic Championships, I should add. Which took the individual bronze. They also, Wearily was team silver at the Pony Europeans a couple of years ago. Nicely done. Oh, Sweden looking very strong indeed. That is into the top 10. It's got 8, 77.16. Great effort. And a lovely round with Toulouse PPZ, the 12-year-old by Toulon, Wereli Bartolston Notten. Great news for Sweden. Well, Ireland are not having a bad day in terms of the fact that their opening rider, Paddy Reap, still sitting up there in 5th place. Alice Watchman sitting in 16th place, so we're 2 in the top 20 at the moment. You'd like that. And, of course, now the turn of Tabitha Carl has changed flags between last year's Europeans and this year's Europeans. Moved over to Ireland, of course, the same nation to which her dad's side of the family are from. And Dad, of course, an Olympic rider for Ireland at eventing. Tabitha, who's won team medals for the British team in previous Europeans at juniors and in the children's category. She's got 3 team bronze medals. She's riding here with BP Goodfellas. This 8-year-old staccato gold gelding. Going to be great news for Ireland because that's now another up there in the top 20. In fact, as high as 12th. Well done, Tabitha. She's gone clear. It's an identical time to Ruby Bars, the British riders. Of course, the best of the British riders there, Ruby Bars, tied equal on time with Tabitha Carl. 78.39 for both of them. We move on because the next to go is Team Germany. Germany with their best rider there, Hamrick, sitting up in 3rd. In fact, would have been leading had she not had a fence down. Germany's second rider, Fabio Thielen, sitting down in 16th. So again, it's been a pretty decent start for the home nation. Emma Backel next to go with Kondaleska, with mare by Coleman. Emma, who is having her opportunity for her championship debut here. Rode this horse to the podium, 2nd place in Hagen last month. Oh, that's a shame. 4 seconds going to be added into the time. 82.12. 4 to add in, so 86.12, and still into the top 30 there for Emma Backel and Kondaleska for Germany. Spain up next. Their best rider of the opening 2 was Carlos. He's sitting, well, that's Carlos Borro Giron, I should say that because here's another Carlos sitting in 19th place. Carlos Garcia Sanchez goes next with Corrie. And this is his third European outing. He rode twice in the Children's Europeans in 21 and 22 in Portugal and Spain. The year in Spain that the Spanish team just missed out on a bronze medal. They finished in 4th. Ooh, just ran the horse a little bit at the fence, but still Corrie picking up. So 72.99, but it is in the end 88.99 because of the seconds added on, and that for Corrie and Carlos Garcia Sanchez for Spain, their third rider. Well, Italy up next.
About half of the starting field of this first competition for the Europeans and the juniors.
We're halfway through this round of jumping. Now it's the Italians. Now Italy certainly saw Andrea Pisciani eliminated, Enrique Santoni sitting down in 31st place, so surely a strong performance would not go amiss here for the third of the Italian team. This is Lavinia Labasco, has competed at 2 European Championships in the children's category and twice finished individually in 5th place. Has also got a team silver medal. Now, looking to have her first year in the juniors with this 11-year-old gelding by Thunder van de Soetova. To work, unfortunately, was never got a really difficult jump over the middle part of the combination, and it gave them a really bad distance to the final part, and they just ended up too deep. Bro almost sort of hangs a little bit in the air. Lavinia Labasco for Italy with 4 seconds added on is 96.14. The recording score for Team Italy. So they've got 2 scores now on the board of the 3 they will need. So Latvia next to go and riding as an individual here. This is Nelia Anna Karolina, and she's riding this 8-year-old gelding by Action Blue called Action Bird. First time at the European Championships. Determined to get these inside turns in. Now with 8 seconds to add on. Coming home with the 12 to add, 92.31 on the clock for the individual Nalia, Anna, Kalina and Action Bird there for Latvia. Austria up next, and combination that were part of the junior Austrian team last year that qualified for the team final. This is Lena Beck, Jendi S, the 16-year-old mare by Nabab Derev. Early fence down though, and she's struggling. What's happened? Well, that's a shame. I think she may well be about to retire. And Lena Beck does indeed retire. Oh, disappointment there. Well, we'll just keep our fingers crossed that both horse and rider are A-OK. It was hard to tell exactly what happened, but there is a world-class team that will already be beside them of both veterinary and medical to make sure that they are okay, and just keep our fingers crossed. Flags fluttering in the breeze here in Riesenbeck, this quite amazing venue, beautiful arena that is our focus all the way through till Sunday with these FEI Jumping European Championships for the children, juniors and young riders. So much coming your way. Tomorrow, to remind you, Wednesday that is, we will have the first competition for both the children and for the young riders as well. And then we will have the second competition for the juniors tomorrow. So that's the first round of the teams as well. So we look forward to that one. And then on Thursday we've got the young riders, their second competition, which is again teams, and also the juniors final, the second competition for the teams. So that will bring that to a conclusion. The children then sort of kick back in on Friday when the young riders will have their final and their awards in the teams. That will come for the children on Saturday morning, when the junior individual final will take place later in the day, and then that leaves a nice clear run on Sunday for the children's individual final, and then the young riders individual final to close things out. So it's a pretty busy programme over the course of the week, and it's well balanced, just about giving horses as well a little bit of time off here and there. And there's a wonderful party atmosphere. There's lots going on in the evenings here. Riesenbeck certainly making it a real festival over the course of the week, and as did Pielbergen last year and Godeminori before that, and all the other venues. It's a amazing week to be here in Germany. And Ludwig Beerbohm's venue, of course, has just sort of gone from strength to strength. This fabulous complex that includes, of course, the stables and the home of the horses as part of that famous Beerbohm yard, but also this tremendous venue as well, that is a regular host for the Global Tour and also a former host of the Senior European Championships. So as things stand at the moment, we have jumped half of the class, or thereabouts. There are 63 of the 114 starters still to go, and at the moment Lynn Arvidsson still leading the way after 51 have gone. And Lynn on a time of 73.67, the very first to go on Glenn Morangi, the Swedish rider, has set the standard, and as of yet nobody's managed to beat her, well, at least not with a clear. Marie Alderferro, the Monegasque rider, with Diarra sitting in second, Flying Kiss, and Germany's Naomi Hamrick, the home rider, in third place. Now Naomi, of course, was quicker than Lynn, but had a fence down, so couldn't bet a third for the moment. The Dutch rider, Jonas Sadavort and La Pleasure, so at the moment they're in fourth. Ireland's Paddy Reep, he was early to go. Mr. Rocky Blue in fifth. Then you've got Emilia Ziba from Poland. And Gezant, she got a big cheer, didn't she? Sitting in 6th, 7th place Matilda Larsson, Flipper de Lione. Then Sweden's Willy Bartolsson and Toulouse PPZ. And then it's Slovakia's Kirsten Katrina Patova with Giro 3, and in 10th place Margot Blanchard and a touch of Royal Serrano. So there are 2 nations with 2 riders in the top 10, Sweden and Switzerland. But it's 3 riders that'll count today, and at the moment there is 1 nation with 3 riders in the top 17, and that is Ireland. So obviously a lot of jumping still to come, team riders still to come from all the nations, so we're by no means sure of exactly how it will balance out later. We'll have a look. Well, of course, we're just on a hold at the moment here in the arena while everything is being dealt with down on the arena floor and preparations made in due course for the next to go. As we're not quite sure how long this pause will hold for, we're going to take a little breath ourselves, and I'll pick back up again in a moment. Hopefully, as soon as I stop, we'll start again, but we'll just take a little breath and be back up and running shortly.
Liebe Lina, wir wissen, du würdest am liebsten mitfahren. Aber sei versichert, JD ist in allerbesten Händen.
For obvious reasons, we never quite know because we don't look at the camera what's happening, but what we do know is when you get a round of applause, it's a positive, and we'll take that. Also should mean we're not too far from the restart. I think there's only 6 or 7 to go before the official break, where we have a little bit of arena maintenance. Well, not too long before the restart. You can really see just how blustery it is. A little bit of a gale, although the sun is staying out, and hopefully it'll stay out the rest of the week as well. So the veterinary team taking control of the situation, and a fabulous veterinary clinic is here for them to be able to use. And obviously we're going to have to just wait because they were all stood down in the warm-up arena, as you would have anticipated, so they're going to be given a few more minutes before the restart here. So this FEI Jumping European Championships from Riesenbeck 2025. And we are live with you on FEI TV over the course of the week here in Germany, all the way through till the final medals are handed out. And there's going to be an exciting, it'll get very, very tense as we go further and further into the week. This is just the beginning. So just a few more minutes and we start again.
Next rider's on his way into the arena. It's the first competition.
Well, I think there you heard it. We are ever closer to the restart.
And we're still a Swedish leading combination.
Let's get back underway. Good luck to those as we continue. Serena Tres is Turkey up next. Lord Guino.
Second place, 75.15 seconds, and then Naomi Hingerreich from Germany in third position, 75.35. That's the top three at the moment. But now,
so, Kirana Tros for Turkey is here with this 12-year-old by Lord Argentinus. Was ridden at championships previously and has been very successful at the Balkan Championships in the past. European-wise, has ridden at the Children's Europeans on 2 occasions. And that's a difficult start when you've had that first, but they're not the only one to have had the first down today. Well, the score, and that will mean 97.82 for Serena Tors riding there for Turkey. Talking with a team, but they only have a team of 4, don't they? So they've got to count 3 of the 4 here today. When we go to Denmark, and their third rider, Ander Ruby, riding Jake and Raval. And a rider that has competed at Baltic Championships, although never at a European Championships. So, had the Baltic outing last year. for so far. Now out of the turn now into the final round of fences, that's gone as well. Well, they finish with a final combined time of 89.20 with the 8 seconds added in to the clock there for Andrea Ribi from Denmark. The next nation to join us will be the team from Poland. Of course, they had a cracking round put in earlier from Emilia Ziba, who is sitting in 6th place as it currently stands. Now it's the turn of Alicia Kosmol. And this is Gisera DS, the 10-year-old mare by Kurda Kashas. She's ridden at the last 2 European Championships with Clearwater PPZ. Coming home on the 8 seconds to add. Alicia Kosmol jumping the last. Over she goes for Poland, 88.32. The seconds added in for Alicia and Gisera DS. Our attention in a moment. We've got 4 to go before the official arena maintenance break. As an individual, the next represents Israel, and this is Yali Kass riding Luna Vantarishtohov Z. The 13-year-old Livisto Z side mare. Competed as an individual at 2 Europeans, once as a children's category, once in the juniors. So unfortunate fence to have down so late, because look at that time. 73.60 was faster than the leader by 7/100ths of a second. And that one fence going down late on has, just cost him a top 10 position for the moment. But a brilliant effort from Yali Kass still to be 11th. Super effort on Luna Vantarishtohov Z. Next to go, Slovakia's Marko Buma riding Imki LM. Returning for the 2nd year in a row as part of the junior European team for Slovakia. got lucky at the first. They almost got a little deep into that, which we've seen happen to a few of them. Oh dear. Drop cups doing their job there, but it's really not the confidence of both of them, and unfortunately they're now going to just have to take a breather and just reset. Because I misspoke as well, because Slovakia don't have a team, so they are just here as an individual this year. Feeling you'll probably retire, but that desire to just see if you can recover to keep going, and of course then he can continue into the days ahead. He's just on the 8 penalties at the moment. He will have had 6 seconds added in for the rebuild. Actually, the horse Imki LM is mare by Toulon, sort of settling more into the round now. Just the 8 second 99.03 for Marco Buma, but at least he's managed to finish the round, gives his horse a pat and says thank you to his mare as they get to the finish line. 2 to the break, and 1 for Luxembourg, 1 for Belgium to take us up to that break in proceedings. Luxembourg, of course, we have now Yola Schwartz riding the Asini 3 as an individual. Finished as an individual in the top 10 a few years ago in the Children's European Championships, that back in 2021 in Villamora. Also running off the front of the fence. Coming back and jumping it nicely on the second attempt, though. Still showing 0 in terms of penalties, because with this being a table C, your first refusal just wastes time. You're not actually penalised for it, so there's nothing to add in that respect. And she's still, for at least the moment, left all the fences standing. And Luxembourg gets Yola Schwartz, does indeed leave all the fences standing, but 95.47 is the final time there with Diasini 3. Well, Belgium will take us up into the break, and team rider Lewis Lambrecht here with Perel van Oggenriet, this 10-year-old Emerald mare. He's ridden on 2 junior European Championship teams previously, both the past 2 seasons. Different ride each occasion, so see how he gets on with this mare this year. Belgium's best rider at the moment, Peter Jan Algersens, sitting in 12th place. Back rail, sadly, 4 seconds to add then for Belgium's Lewis Lambrecht, at least 4 seconds, and it is just the 4. So it's 80.83. For the moment, though, we'll actually go into the top 20, as that is just fast enough to do that, even with the 4 seconds added in for Lewis. So we're going to take a short break, 7 minutes according to the list, and then we go again. We've still got an awful lot of jumping to come here on day 1 of the FEI Jumping European Championships. The juniors, the current standings still led by Lynn Arvidsson and Glenn Morangi, who started us off as the first to go and still sit in first place. We'll be back in a moment.
Don't call me up, I'm going out tonight. Feeling good now you're out of my life. Don't wanna talk about us, gotta leave it behind. One drink and you're out of my mind. Not to get up, baby I'm on the high and you're alone, going out of your mind. But I'm here up in the club, and I don't wanna talk, so don't call me up. Don't call me up, I'm going out tonight. Feeling good now you're out of my life. Don't wanna talk about us, gotta leave it behind. One drink and you're out of my mind. Not to get up, baby I'm on the high and you're alone, going out of your mind. But I'm here up in the club, and I don't wanna talk, so don't call me up.
Send you some pics, and I'm like, hell nah, don't wait waiting too long. Hell nah, I want that cruel love. Hell nah, been waiting too long. Hell nah, I want that cruel love. Body on my, losing all my innocence. Yeah, body on my, finding all my innocence. Yeah, body on my, losing all my innocence. Yeah, body on my, finding all my innocence. Yeah, body on my, losing all my innocence. Yeah, body on my, finding all my innocence. Yeah, body on my, losing all my innocence. Yeah, body on my, finding all my innocence. Yeah, on my, on my, on my, on my sense. Yeah, on my, on my, on my, on my sense. Yeah, on my, on my, on my, on my sense. Yeah, on my, on my, on my, on my sense. Babe, just hit the pedal. If things go wrong, it's just incidental. My bad, never got the memo. That you never have fun while you're in the limo. Yeah, you wanna ride in 6, you wanna dine in the 6. And when I leave for the kiss, you said I'll probably send you some pics. And I'm like, hell nah, been waiting too long. Hell nah, I want that cruel love. Hell nah, been waiting too long. Hell nah, I want that cruel love. Body on my, losing all my innocence. Yeah, body on my, finding all my innocence. Yeah, body on my, losing all my innocence. Yeah, body on my, finding all my innocence. Yeah, body on my, losing all my innocence. Yeah, body on my, finding all my innocence. Yeah, on my, on my, on my, on my sense. Yeah, on my, on my, on my, on my sense. Yeah, on my, on my, on my, on my sense. Yeah, on my, on my, on my, on my sense. Yeah.
This is #1 champion sound, yeah, Estelle, we about to get down. We're the hottest in the world right now, just touched down in London. Let they give me your mail, I'm gonna put the money in my hand right now. Set up a motor, we need more seats, we just sold out all the floor seats.
Take me on a trip, I'd like to go someday. Take me to New York, I'd like to see LA. I really want to come pick you with you. You'll be my American boy. He said, hey sister, it's really, really nice to
Welcome back to Riesenbeck. Welcome back to the FEI Jumping European Championships for children, juniors and young riders for 2025. And the juniors very much underway, and we still, well, we're only really about halfway through, to be honest, so we've got a long way to go. Albert Pisarak will kick things back off for the Czech Republic with Lazaro and the 9-year-old gelding by Fanlak. Albert, who has been a sort of ever-present part of the Czech team, twice in the children's and then most recently last year in the juniors. So he'll be, I'm sure, able to put some experience to good use. This table C part of the competition. Oh dear. 4 seconds to add there. Coming home with 4 seconds to add on to the time. Not a bad time, actually. 76.85 on its own would have been good enough to go into 7th place, but that is still a top 20 round for the Czech Republic's Albert Pisarik and Lazaro N. Fences are expensive. Right, on we go to Bulgaria. And now joining us, I think it's an individual as well, if I'm correct. Marta Koshriva riding Kundera WZ for Marta. This 11-year-old mare by Quick Star. Rode at the Europeans in the children's category last year, and then has since been on and been part of a gold medal winning team at the Balkan Championships in the children's last year as well. There's the 4 seconds to add so far. She's kept attacking this course, though. She hasn't really backed down. She's kept positive, kept confident. And you can see that in the time. Yes, 4 seconds to add, but that's still a solid performance of 75.03. I mean, that time on its own would have put you second. In the end, it's going to go 15th because of the seconds added in. But again, showing you that she was committed from start to finish and can be happy enough there for the Bulgarian rider, Marta Koshrieva and Kidera WZ. From Bulgaria to Greece to Lucas Balores riding Gidiji. 17-year-old, this experienced gelding by Livien de Miliers. Another rider that's been very successful at Balkan Championships twice. He's taken individual titles at that awards, both in children's and in juniors. It's only ridden at one European Championship, though. That was in Italy a few years ago. Already on the floor here today. Greek rider then on 8 seconds to add, so 89.73 for Lucas Baliois and Idiji. A bit of a shake of the head, but those two fences down, costing them 8 more seconds. So competing as an individual, Greece obviously not with a team, neither did Norway. Mira Soros then as an individual. It's actually part of a team that finished in the top 10 in the Children's Europeans a few years back in Portugal. Mia riding today with Seed, this 19-year-old. Looking very fit and very well, this gelding by Stolzenberg. Really nice round from Mia and Seed. Mia Sorellis there for Norway. 79.32 becomes 83.32. 26, so top 30 as it currently stands for Seed, our veteran there, 19 years young. In fact, coincidentally, the next to go is 10 years his junior. This is the turn now of Lethal Weapon. And in the saddle is Great Britain's third rider, Harriet Hodge, a combination coming fresh off the back of the under-25 win in week 1 at Bolesworth. Harriet, who has been part of the bronze medal winning team 2 years ago in the Pony Europeans on Little Charlie in 2023. She finished in the top 10 as an individual as well. And the best British rider so far sitting in 13th place equal. That's Ruby Bars. There's 4 seconds to add. Oof, got a little deep, but still okay. Now to the final few fences. Just on the 4 seconds at the moment. Just one more to jump. And the one more fence is cleared. So it's 84.56. Goes into the top 30. That goes into 30th place for the third rider out for Great Britain. That was Lethal Weapon with Harriet Hodge. Next to go, the next up for Switzerland, who have had a strong start because the Swiss team with 2 riders in the top 10 at the moment, Mathilde Larsen and Margot Blanchard, now have Sasha Beck to join the mix with this 9-year-old Gotcha der Bahrain, the mare by Vagabond de la Pomme. Sasha's first time, though, on a European team. How is he going to get on? They won the Junior Grand Prix together, these two, in Basto Arezzo back in May. Having been part of that Nations Cup team for the Swiss, that event where they finished second. He saw the stride there. He's pushing on here. He's not going to be fast enough to get himself into the top 10, but it's still not a bad round of jumping, and it'll consolidate the top rounds from the 2 Swiss riders. We see it already. So 22nd in the order, 81.42. You have to say, the Swiss team, a little bit like Ireland and Sweden, looking pretty strong in these early stages. I mean, a lot of jumping to come, but they've been jumping clears, and that always is going to help. Monaco could do well. They've got a rider sat up in second as an individual at the moment. That was Marie Ferro. Now it's Eileen Tommel. Part of that Monegasque team last year in the Junior Europeans in the Netherlands. Or sorry, not the Netherlands, it was a year before in Italy when they finished in 4th. That was riding Merida. Now here with Black de la Bay, the 14-year-old Ugani Sit gelding. And 4 seconds added. Shortened up while coming out of the combination. In the background, adding another fall for 12 seconds to add at the moment. Still two more riders, obviously, to come for Monaco. The shift to keep is Philippe Rosier. So over the line, and 100.68 is the final time. That is Aline Dommel and Black de la Bay. The Netherlands up next, and I was just having a little look on the order list. Where have we got? Jonny, that was it. Jonny van Savelt, who was earlier in the draw, second of the Dutch riders, sitting in fourth overall. Now it's Faye Louise Vos, and Faye for the Netherlands here, riding Cartier D. Gelding, this 13-year-old. Her first time riding on a junior team, having ridden twice previously on the children's European teams. Well, with one Dutch rider inside the top five, this was a decent round of jumping and could put another one up into the top 20 if they jump this last fence clear. And that they've done. Very nicely done indeed, and that's good news for the Netherlands. Faye Louise Vos, Cartier D, looking strong as well, delivering a clear round to stick with the time of 79.21. Finland, Hugo Gunning going next, Vermont 2. It's Valentina Gelding, now 16 years of age. And Hugo, who has some, a lot of championship experience behind him. First year he ever competed in a European Championships was in the children in Portugal and Vilamora back in 2021 when he took the individual silver medal on Vermont. He's not quite had that level of success again since, but he has been an ever-present part. This is now his fifth Youth European Championships and his third as a junior. Turning back into the final four jumping efforts. Make that 3 down the line to finish. It's the double of Olympic rings. This is a really nice round, and it's quite quick, actually. This is good. 75.98. He's got into fourth. Great news for the Finnish rider. Great start to the championship for him. Finland will be delighted with that. Of course, here as a team as well. So, good news all round. Next up will be Norway. Is it Norway? No, sorry, it's Romania. Apologies, I'm looking at the wrong part of the list. Romania's third rider in the team. And this is Horia Buția riding Quaid Moritz. Horia, who was the individual Children's Balkan Championship last year, but now with 4 seconds to add. Also rode at the Children's Europeans last year. That was the only outing so far.
Unfortunately, this is the second mistake on the line, and it must be the elimination that we have a round of applause for Horia Buția, who needs to leave us too early.
Oh, what a shame. Just, unfortunately, once the rhythm and balance and that sort of rhythm so important had gone, there was no recovering from it. Well, we move our attention now to Pedro Vieira Reis and Portugal's junior. Now, this is an 11-year-old gelding by Europe RV. Portugal could do with a big round at some point here. First time at the championships for Pedro. Also picking up a 4 penalty score and a 4 second score. Eight seconds more will be 91-1-2 for Pedro Vieira Reis and junior for Team Portugal. On we move with our attention now to Bulgaria Annalisa Chakalova riding Jupiter. The 11-year-old stallion by Quasimodo, a rider with plenty of championship experience, both at a European level and at the Balkan Championships, where they've been very successful. In terms of the Europeans, though, it's 2019 when they made their debut, or she made her debut in the children's category, also jumping all the way through consistently till last year in juniors. Still clear coming into the final line here. This is a decent round. It's a quick round as well. This is going to upset the order. And 75-31 has gone third. Lovely round of jumping from Eliza Chakalova there as the Bulgarian rider has delivered Jupiter into the top three. Nicely done. 75-31. It's getting awfully tight in there. It really is tight. Still though, Lynn Arvidsson, I mean, what a story that will turn out to be on day one of these championships if Lynn's opening round, the first round of 114, is still sat on top at the end. I mean, that will be quite some story. But we're 44 from finding that out. Now it's Kira Montegurin riding here with Chester Mail. This is France's next challenger. They've not had the easiest of starts, the French riders, so they could also do with a strong round of jumping, and this combination making their championship debut. They've had some good results, though, over the course of this season so far. Lovely round. Look at again the time, 73.42. The seconds added really cost them. 12 seconds is a lot to add. 73.42 would have been faster than Lynn. So I think if I look down, I think there's 3 riders that have actually managed to better the time of Lynn Arvidsson. But they've all done it with penalties, and therefore it's all, at the moment, no change at the top. Now, Maya beats this. Is the next challenge from Hungary. Kanan is the name of the horse, the 10-year-old mare, surprisingly by Kanan. And a rider who rode at the Europeans in Italy 2 years ago in the children's. Oh, wow. Big cheer, 77.96. They're jumping clear, and the clear rounds really benefit because that's top 15. And that's Maya Peets going up for Hungary with a lovely, well-supported round, and a big smile is somewhere there. It sort of came, and then I think the relief is now just edging through. Well done to them. Big moment coming up for Sweden. Lynn Arvidsson leading. Still, though, with of course, another in the top 10 as well. Then it means Sweden looking for a good result here with Matilda Hansen. Rode at the Pony Europeans last year to finish 4th. She was on the silver medal winning team the previous year. She's twice finished in the top 5 in Pony European Championships. Here now with Calaf Hukumath. Sweden's Matilda Hansen. Oh, that's such a shame, because again, this was heading towards being quite a quick round. 74-57. It would have gone second. Can you imagine? First and second for Sweden, but it isn't quite to be. Matilda Hansen dropping a pole in the final line puts her still, though, up there in the top 20. In the top 20 at the moment, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 combinations that are still holding on up there with a fence down. Now, we know Ireland have got off to a pretty decent start because Paddy Reap in 7th, Tabitha Carl tied 16th, and Alice Watchman in 24th. Now it's the turn of their 4th rider. Golly gosh, we really are flying through them now. Jack Kent here for Ireland. And Jack's riders Castle, Field, Kingston. Lovely 10-year-old Cincy Stallion. Ooh, got a little bit deep, still got over it. He's okay, on he goes. Jack, who was the Pony European champion, of course, last year when he was part of the bronze medal winning team, but he is the reigning Pony European champion. Now having his chance in the juniors, but he got that wrong coming in. And unfortunately, there was no way he was getting out. The horse just landed so short. And we sort of just popped over the little rail, losing that momentum. But again, now, I had 6 seconds added in for the rebuild. But it was a refusal, so there's no additional penalty apart from the time. Oh dear. Now, that is a surprise. The Pony European champion, the reigning Pony European champion, Ireland. Jack Kent eliminated here on day 1. To remind you, the eliminations, if they're part of the team, can still come back. They're given a false total for today that allows them to continue on in the competition. But, of course, from an individual standpoint, really, as I say, putting pay to any thoughts they might have had. But, as I say, the team decision will come down to the Schefter Keeps. They've got 5 riders. They'll have to choose 4 going into the team finals. We move on. Germany also looking to try and impress at home, and Leah Renner the next to go with Ludwig 276. And Germany still with their best rider being that 4 seconds added round from Naomi Humrick, who sits in 4th. Well, this is going well for Leah Renner at the moment. Again, he's not going to be a mile away from the times. He's got to be a bit careful here, though. Fabio Fiegelen down in 24th, and this should be faster than that. It is. Leah Renner top 20. That now goes 18th for the German rider at home, and it means now they've got 3 up in the top 25. As I've said a few times, it's an absolute impossible to work out what that means to do with actual penalties. All you can do is take it as a guide for the moment, because the table C and the way the penalties will be awarded, and then it all comes down to the difference between them all. That doesn't get worked out till later, so we've got all you could do is sort of surmise at this stage. But if you've got riders, 3 of them high up, you're going to be in a good place. Right, on we go to Garcia Sanchez, Spain now. And the Spanish riders, well, best of theirs is sitting in 30th at the moment, and that's Carlos Boyer here with Nieto Fidemos, the 12-year-old gelding by Fatimos de Musa. They've also had a late fence down, which again comes at the expense of what was a pretty decent time, 74.29. Again, they are beginning to push on a little now. I wonder how much the chef de Keats are saying, like, this time is beatable. You just need to find a way to be clear as well. 16th is still strong. And as the times get tighter, they need to get quicker. Now, the Italians have not had the easiest start to the day, but still got every chance to make up for that. And Giorgia Baldi and Canivel Van Levisov is the next out for Team Italy, and it's just not going the way of the Italians today at all. Scalding by non-stop, now 15. With her ride as part of the team. Oh dear, in Italy 2 years ago, but that just coming to a dead stop off the turn. What a difficult day for the Italian riders. It really has not been easy. That's the second Italian rider to be eliminated. And there are two riders that have completed. Lavinia down in 63rd. Enrico, their best at the moment, sat in 47th. But they do have another rider to come. But it has put them on the back foot, unfortunately. But the attention can now turn to this partnership of Anna Plutz and Lino P, who ride for Austria. The also 15-year-old Gelding by Ludwig's AS is up next. So Anna gets on in her third European Championships as part of the Austrian team. Second time in juniors. Previously, she rode Z7 Kodanos. Now, though, with this ride, Lino P. Again, this is a really nice round. She got a lovely shot off the turn, and again, this is looking quite quick. If she can be clear, this will move her immediately into the top 10. In fact, this could go top 5. Anna Plotowitz then over the line, and she is into the top 5. Beautifully done, Lino P. They are pushing on. This is going to be a hard-fought competition by the time we get to the end of it. 75.94 in the clock. 75.94 is the time that stands. There is nothing to add to that one. Now from Turkey, it is Alin Yazitsi riding Fel Capone. Alin, she here, of course, is a multiple medal winner at Balkan Championships. She's ridden at Children's Europeans on couple of occasions, and also this now her third year in juniors at the Europeans for Turkey. again, clear round at the moment, although this round does just look and feel that little bit slower. But clear round will certainly pay dividends. Although she's going to be over 80 seconds, and if you're over 80 seconds, it pretty much guarantees you're going to be out of the top 30. But it's a good round for Fel Capone, and it's left a good feeling with the crowd. They're all happy with that one. As Taki and Elin Yazisi goes clear. So that's the third of the four for Turkey. Now on to the Danish team's next rider. This is Carla, the fourth of the five. It's in a muddle here. For Denmark, Carla Landard Estrand riding Diakan. First time for these two of the Europeans, having ridden the Balkan Championship, sorry, the Nordic Championships last year. Best of the Danish riders so far, Ingrid Christine Loresen sitting in 23rd place. But this is a round with four to add already. Ooh. 16 seconds more than the 85.46 will mean it's 101.46, and that for Denmark. Next to go will be for Team Poland. I nearly said Monaco, but the flag's the other way around. So it's Poland, and Antonia Kuszkaraszka riding Chikamin, the 10-year-old mare, is the next up. This mare is looking pretty fit, ready and set to go. Looking very excited. Antonia's first ever chance at a Europeans, and sadly she's at the first fence down. Chikamin won the Grand Prix in Babylonia, the Junior Grand Prix just recently. Ooh, got deep. And that meant there was a struggle to the back rail. Also part of Team Poland that week that finished in second place. Moving home with 20 more seconds to add to that round, unfortunately, there for Poland. Of course, Poland has still got that cracking performance from Emilia Ziba, sat in the top 10 at the moment, but that was Antonia Kuszkaraszka going down the order. Jules Janut now, Belgium. He's a start for all their riders. This is Hector that Jules is riding. He rode at the Europeans in the junior team here last year. He finished inside the top 15 as an individual. Still their best rider is sitting down in 16th place at the moment. That's Peter Jan. And they've got Lewis Lambert in 28th. So a good performance here from Belgium. Wouldn't go amiss, really. Of course, they unfortunately saw their other rider that had gone so far, Laurie Tiskins, eliminated. So they could do with a nice performance just to calm everything down and make sure they've got a good start to the days ahead. The thing being is, wherever, there's not going to be masses of faults between any of the teams. But that is a 4-second score that will get added at the end of this one. Goes into 31st place, just outside the top 30, then 81.57, but slowest of the 3 from Belgium that have completed so far. Czech Republic is the next to go. Here they are. And I was just having a little look on the leaderboard, of which there is a lot to look at for obvious reasons. Now, their best rider from the Czech Republic, Albert Pizarnik, sitting just inside the top 30, currently in 29th. This is now the turn of Vanessa Hachrova, riding Campino B, the gelding by Cristello. And this rider that rode at the Europeans last year in the children's section on Illusion. Coming home with nothing to add, at least, even though it is a little bit steady. 86.55 stands as the time. Vanessa Harkova there for the Czech Republic. So we turn our attention now to the 4th rider for Great Britain. And it's the turn now of Eve McCoy riding Hakalinde DV. Eve, who back in 2021 on the Children's European team in Portugal was part of the bronze medal winning team. Back on the European teams. Oh dear, she got too deep on sort of a strange little misstep. I can't even say she got too deep, it was more of a misstep, and that was unfortunate. And she's lost her stirrup as well. She's not the first we've seen do this today. Can she recover it though? I think she might. She's just struggling to get it back. She doesn't want that. No, she's lost it completely, but she's going through the combination with just the one pedal. It's such a shame, but she's holding everything together at the moment. And she's kept it to just the 4. And she's still just riding with one pedal. She managed to recover it, not quite. She might just have got her foot back in it now. Far from easy moments for Eve McCoy and Galinde. No, she still hasn't got her foot back. It's because it's got behind her legs. She can't get her foot in it. She's jumped 3/4 of this course with one stirrup. She's landed over the last with just 4 to add. And that is 86.31 on the board for Eve McCoy, who has done all she possibly can for the British team by getting round with one pedal. But disappointment for a fence down and far from the easiest round. And the British riders at the moment, Ruby Barr's still in the top 20. She sits equal 18th. Madison Cedarhouse in 39th. Harriet Hodge in 41st. Eve going into the top 50 as well. So there's still another rider to come for Great Britain as well. Either way, we move our attention now to a team that have also been looking rather good. This, of course, is the Swiss team. And this is Laura Andre now, riding here with LB Zonel II. I say they've been looking good because although one or two additional riders are squeezed into the top 10, Matilda Larsen still 10th. You've got Margaret Blanchard still sat in 13th place. So it's Sasha Beck in the top 30 as well. It hasn't been a bad start for the three riders we'd so far seen from Switzerland. Now this LB's on all the second is of course a stallion by VDL Zarocco Blue. And at the moment it's jumping a rather nice clear round and Laura guiding him just where she needs to. So first time at the Junior Europeans, having twice ridden at Pony European Championships. Brilliantly done. Oh, what a time. 71.85. We've got a new leader. Laura Andre has jumped into first place. We've wondered if and when it might happen. And that is exactly what that young lady has just achieved. And talk about calm. She never looked rushed. The smile is there. And so it should be. It was a classy bit of riding. And the Swiss team, 3 riders in the top 14. That is ominous, but it is just day one. But that will, I am sure, makes Gianluca Augustini for a happy chef to keep, because there's still the pitch to go, and they're in a brilliant place at the moment. That is right. On we go. This is Valentine Platini for Monaco. Now, I mean, the Monegasque riders also have had a solid performance so far. Marie is still set up there in 3rd overall. Can't believe we've just seen the lead change. We've waited and waited and waited, and it suddenly happened after, what was that, 84 rounds later, the lead changed. Oof, it's gone. So this is Vahadon, the horse in the arena at the moment, with Valentine Platini, as I say, riding for Monaco. It's a 16-year-old gelding, and it's Valentine's second Europeans, having ridden 2 years ago in Italy in the children's. Of course, we should remind ourselves a little as well, because if you jump, we'll see it tomorrow. The children's Europeans differs in one small way to the juniors and the young riders, and that is this class. Whereas it is a speed table C for the juniors and the young riders, it is a table A, 1 round class for the children. So they added in scores to go to 89.46, 12 seconds added on there for Valentina Platini for Monaco. Well, after the next combination, we will take the final break before we come back on the run through to the finish, and we are now just squeaking into the final 30. There's 28 left in the draw. Nina Hutzacker for the Dutch next up, and they also could really do with another big round. Of course, they got one earlier from Jonny van Zandvoort, though now sat in 8th place, but they could do with another one to sort of back that up a little bit, I would have thought. Nina Hutzacker, high 5. This mare by Toulon. And this a rider that rode at the Children's Europeans as well a few years ago. Now, this won't put the leader under pressure, but this is, again, a really impressive round here. Nina Hutzacker for the Dutch with high five is about to, she could go as high as 5th here. This is superb. They needed a big round. They got a big round. And now the Netherlands with 2 riders in the top 10. And Nina, the best of those, sits in 6th. So a superb performance. We're seeing the rounds come together. And it's going to make for an awfully tight team competition and leaderboard when we go forward. But the leader of the Table C has changed in that group. Now, Laura Andre for Switzerland leads, 71.85, ahead of our long-time leader, Lynn Arvidsson. And still now third is Maria Edaferro for Monaco. 7-minute break. We come back with the final 27 shortly. Go nowhere. Welcome back, everybody. Delighted to have you with us here. It is time now for the final 27 to come forward in the opening round of the Junior European Championships here, the FEI Jumping European Championships, Riesenbeck 2025. It is the juniors that are kicking us off. The Table C led at the moment by Laura Andre from Lynn Arvidsson and Maria Edaferro, Switzerland, Sweden and Monaco. It is a closely fought affair, and we're not done yet. Of course, all of the times get converted into penalties and fractions of penalties to ultimately set things up for the teams as they sort of go forth tomorrow. Now, this is Ida Hämäläinen riding Herbie for Finland. Starting things back off again over Peter Schumacher's course. Twice ridden at European level with children's performance and last year with the juniors. $71.85. Oh dear, that's gone 4 seconds added. I was about to say 71.85 is the leading time. Over the final fence, 74.94, a time that on its own would have seen them reach the top three, but it isn't to be because that now becomes a 78.94. You can see the difference it makes. It's all so close there that it suddenly changes it all around. So that goes 24th. Now under Elenia Bottier riding Los Vochos. This is a combination riding for Romania. It's gelding by Los Angeles. It's ridden at European level previously on a couple of occasions in the last 2 years. They've ridden children's both times. Turning back into the final line. Ooh, got a lovely shot there again. This has got a decent rhythm to the round. I'm not quite sure. We might just get under the 80-second marker. Not quite. Just over 80.94. They leave them up 33rd for under Eliana Butker there for Romania. But a big smile and a happy jockey with a big pat to that particular pony. Well done. Los Vochos. Clear round. Now to Portugal, one of the teams that could certainly do with a big round. Alice Laruca, here with the 10-year-old stallion. This is Karim. Second year with this horse riding in the juniors at the Europeans, having previously competed twice in Children's European Championships. Again, disappointment for Poles that have fallen because they were really trying to fly. You can see they were pushing. They knew they could have done with a really important round in terms of time. They don't want to back off because they've now got 8 seconds to add, so the faster they can be, the better. Time on its own would have just finished outside the top 10. Goes down into 47th place because there's an additional 8 seconds to add. France up next. And they're a nation that are sort of missing from the top echelon of positions, really. They're highest. I'm just having a little look down the list, and you can tell that I'm having to go a long way down the list now to find a French rider. Kira Montagurn down in 48th place for France. Now Timothy Gortinet as the fourth rider out for France, here with Gorov de Binevel. Now this 9-year-old mare. And of course Timothy, who was part of the children's team bronze medal in 2022 in Spain. So they finished with 4 seconds to add to a time of 78.74. That is 82.74 for Timothy Gordinet. It's still not really gone the way of France so far. I mean, plenty of time to recover once you get into the team rounds, because these differences that will come out of the Table C will be fractions of faults up and down the line, and that's nothing compared to a straight 4 when you get into the Table A side of the competition. But they do set the scene for what is to come. Right, this is our next to go. And on course now for Hungary is Gila Shazali Jr. riding here with Lottes Sonorosas and this 12-year-old is gelding by Larvu. And this young man, if you go back to 2021, you may remember or may know that he was riding a horse called Perthy Jackson. In fact, Perthy Jackson he rode at the Europeans last year when he finished in the juniors in the top 10. But Perthy Jackson was also the children's European individual gold medal winner, oh dear, back in 2021. So he's had a lot of success at Europeans. He's been an ever-present part since 2019. And 3 times in the top 10 as an individual. But we'll see. There's a lot of jumping to come. This is Los Seragos.
It's the final time of 82.51 seconds after, including 8 penalty seconds for Julius Suhai and Lavi Santos. Sweden in second position with Lina Arvidsson, and in 13th position with Vera Lee Balmansson. And this is against Sweden with Ola-Bella Hashtag, individual 11 from last year's Europeans of Juniors, and Liam Nielsen.
We move on to Sweden's last rider now. The final, as you could say, rotation, Liam Nielsen, Ulla-Bella Hashtag. And of course Sweden have put themselves in a pretty good position with their riders 2nd, 13th and 23rd at the moment. Those are the top 3. Of course, out of the 5 riders which most of the teams have had, they'll count the best 3 scores towards their first team score. Well, this is looking... Oh, damn fall from Sweden. Leo Nilsson was so close to being able to move himself much, much higher than he's going to end up. 34th is where he's gone, 81.21. The other time that would have been 77.21 was sort of top 15.
We need that. The name of the horse on the sky. Sunny. It should be.
Either way, Sweden will be, I'm sure, pretty content with day one. Now we move our attention from Sweden to Greece. Maria Cavallari riding Sunny as a individual combination here. 17-year-old Greek rider with this 14-year-old gelding by Kanan. First time for Maria at the Europeans, having jumped quite a few Balkan championships, but this is a step up. And down it goes.
So
78.36 on the clock, 86.36 is the time when they add in the 8 penalties there for the individual from Greece, Maria Cavallari. So that means the next to go is the last rider out from Team Ireland, Dennis Flannery's lineup of 5. The best 3 scores at the moment, 10th, Paddy Reap. And then you've got Tabitha Carl in equal 20th and Alice Watchman in 30th. But this is Temple Alice, and this rider on top is Emily Maloney. This stallion by Foxglyn Cruise Control, and Emily, who was part of the team that took the gold at the Pony Europeans on Lady Crown in 2023. She's twice been an individual top 10 finisher as well at European level, including with this ride in the juniors in the Netherlands last year, when the team just missed out on the podium and finished 4th. It's a really dead turn, isn't it? You can see how they all basically have to stop, turn and go. I'll tell you what, hold tight, because this is about to have a huge impact on the leaderboard on Ireland. Where is it? 74.80. Temple Alice, top 3. Emily Maloney goes into 3rd. 74.80. Brilliant news. And a superb anchoring performance from the experience of Emily and Temple Alice to deliver. Looking like what did you expect? Job done. It's not, and she knows it. There's a lot of jumping to come, but today has gone well. Dennis Flannelly will be delighted, and that is Emily Maloney now up into third. And great news for Ireland. Germany's best place rider is still Naomi Hemmerich, who sits sixth. Would be still leading had she not had a pole down. Either way, now it's Tony Stormans as the anchor rider out, the final rider in the team. Today in the Table C, riding Don John de Achute for the home nation, of course. They'll be hoping that they can bring things together over the coming days to really perhaps secure a medal at home. He's, of course, the European, was it 2022, wasn't it, when Tony won the European Championship in the children's category in Spain. Germany took team gold that year as well. It's his fifth European outing. Ooh, and it's gone. Just for a moment, I know he hit it hard, but it almost looked like it might stay. 76.43, 4 to add 80.43, just falls out of the top 30 for the German rider there, Tony Stormans. So Naomi ends up being the best of the riders for Germany. Their next up is, in fact, Fabio in 30th and Tony in 31st. Oh, no, I've missed out Leo. I do apologise. Leo finished in 23rd at the moment. So those are your top three. Just trying to keep an eye on the top threes from the teams and their positions. As I say, it doesn't... The percentage and the fault difference, the way they calculate it after the Table C, will mean it will be very small gaps, but it just gives us a little bit of an idea. If you've got three riders high up, as the Swiss do at the moment, then you know you're in a good place. Right, this is Spain. Their best place rider is sitting down in 20th at the moment, and now on course is Alicia Fernandez-Hidalgo riding Sir Thomas P.S., the 12-year-old Stackatold gelding, and Alicia, who was part of that silver medal winning junior team 12 months ago, though riding Bibilios Del. Ooh. 4 more seconds to add.
Another 12 seconds stands, 82.37.
Well, they had before 86.37 on the clock, so that is Alicia Fernandez-Hidalgo. So Spain's bet still sits 20th, and then you've got to look a little bit further down to Carlos in 40th and Uxi in 55th. The Italians have had perhaps the most disappointing of days when you consider they've got quite a good track record with the junior Europeans. And now their last rider heads out. It's Eleonora Sala riding Amaretto Daisy. That's 12-year-old mare by Amaretto Darko. Eleonora, who last year finished just shy of the podium. She was 4th place individually on Encanto. Well, that is exactly what the Italians would have wanted, needed, and absolutely what a really brilliant finish. Eleonora Sanana there wrapping things up just as required, because they've not had it easy, the Italians, today. And 31st is the best of the Italian rounds. But of course, now we move from Italy on to Austria. Julia Handke riding Jumbo B. And of course now, Austria's best at the moment, I think, was Tobias down in around 58th place, I think, at the moment. Again, a strong round here wouldn't go amiss. Julia Handke there was recovered to at least finish the round, but obviously faults, or I should say seconds, to be added. So that was Austria. Now it's Turkey, and just Riesenbeck is the last to go. Gino. And this, the last of the Turkish team. Gino is the name of the ride, and this 14-year-old by Eko Vantispivel. I've just looked and realised we've only got 15 more to go. Wow, flying along. Well, this is not only good, but it's quick. I don't know how quick it's going to be, but it is quick. Oh, he's had a fence. Oh, no. Look at the clock, 74.48. He blew them all away in terms of time. He was flying along, but it hasn't worked out. Goes down the order. 4 seconds is a costly affair. He was going into second, but it doesn't quite pay off. Now it's the turn of Silly Delavard here with Keaton Ravers have a DWB. It is the turn of the Danish number 5. Ooh, unusual. We've seen the first fence go down, but I don't think we've seen anyone stop at it yet. On the 4 seconds at the moment. I think that just became 8. It did. Oh, and the last to make it 12 for Denmark to finish things off. Silla Delagard and Keita Travers have their, which means we turn to Poland as the next to go, and Poland, whose best rider Emilia Ziba sits in 12th place still. It was a cracking round earlier, wasn't it? Now Patrick Zielinski, twice with Jericho, who he rides today, has ridden at the Europeans in the juniors. This is the last year then, so he's got his next chance. It's never quite gone to plan though as a team for Poland over the last couple of years. Maybe this year can be different, we'll see. He'll get the turn back. You've got to be careful, you can't come too tight with it being this little parallel, big parallel. This is not a bad round, and again, this is quick. This could really be a big boost for Poland. He's gone third. 74, 71. So superb. Very calm. Very calm indeed, Patrick Zielinski and Jericho. The 17-year-old stallion has just jumped up into third, 74-71. Still Lord Andre leads, still Lid Arvidsson. What a round that has turned into to sit second as we've got 12 to go. Now Sepp Wouters for Belgium. Quito de Mariposa, the 9-year-old of Jeroen Gries. This stallion by Comme il faut. Part of the gold medal winning team at the Children European Championships a few years back in Villamora. Now looking to see if he can have a chance. He took individual 4th that year. That was 2021. Belgium's best still now, still Peter Jan Anthiersen sitting in 20th. And this is a really smart round as well. That was as tight as I've seen back to that fence. These final riders are still wanting their say. And I tell you what, the order at the top's about to change yet again. Where, we don't know until they cross the line. It's another that jumps into third. Wow, Patrick Zazinski didn't last long. He's dropped to fourth. Sepp Wouters jumps into third. 73.82. Wow, nearly a second faster than Patrick. It shows how the gap is there. And the gap to the leader, though, is even bigger. 71.85 versus 73.67. It's quite a margin for somebody to try and jump into second, but at the moment, Laura Andre, Lynn Arvidsson and Sepp Wouters, the 1, 2, 3. Now, to the Czech Republic's Vave Humblik, and this young man is the final rider for them. Finished in the top 10 individually of the Children's Europeans 2 years ago. Oh dear. Well, he's recovered well. He was on a very difficult stride, shall we say. A stride that was never going to work. Well, 8 seconds added on, but it did well to stay on and to finish there. Vaclav Humblik and Kishasha. 10 to go on this opening day of the FEI Jumping European Championships here in Riesenbeck. This opening class, the Table C for the juniors. Great Britain's final rider is Emily Gulliver. Her 4th time at the Europeans, but it's her first time in juniors. She's a 2-time medal winner in the children's category in the last 2 years. She was bronze in 23 and, of course, team gold last year with this ride at Glamour de Vie in the Netherlands. Now 9 years of age, this mare by Milo Carthago. Rider number 5 for Great Britain, Emily Gulliver. Still the best of the Brits, Ruby Bars at the moment in 23rd place. And then you've got to go down the order a little bit, just outside. Oh, that's gone 4 seconds. Madison in 52nd, Harriet in 54th. Very tight turn though, and she's got a lovely shot back to the upright. Brilliant round, apart from the one fence. The time wasn't bad at all, 75.83. Could have gone as high as 11th in the end, though, goes down to 34th. It is, what a difference 4 seconds are making at the moment as we get to the back end of this class. Of course, in now the final 10. Lithuania now. This is an individual. Taurus Rimavirkish riding Hustakas. And This stallion by Spartacus TN. Trousers riding in his 4th European, 2nd time at juniors. Sunset is certainly with us, isn't it? You can see how the shadows have just stretched out across this arena, and the sun's got lower and lower as the evening has gone on. Well, it's 25 to 9 here in Riesenbeck. Ooh, they got again a little bit deep somehow. Got over that back rail though, but it's meant there was little to no chance of them being able to make the inside turn that followed. On the 8, so that becomes the 91.62 for treasures there for Lithuania. So from Lithuania we're going to turn back to Switzerland, who are, in my view, having the best day in these very early stages, because they not only lead with Laura Andre, they've got 3, including Laura, inside the top 20. Because Mathilde is 15th and Margaret, I should say, is sitting in 18th. Now on track, it's Lupuch, the last, though, out. And having now competed for the last 2 years in juniors, riding once again with that ride, Leave the Light On. But sadly having a fence down. I guess the pressure was off a little bit from the team point of view, but again, from an individual standpoint, you want to get flying. Because Laura Andre is the one that will, at the moment, move through the remainder of the week, starting on 0. Four seconds to add, so 79.88, 35th they will slide into there. Lupuch as the last out for the Swiss. What have we got left? 7 to go. Monaco up next. Andre Venturi. Yeah, the best of the Monegasque riders sitting in 6th. That's Marietta Ferro. Put in a lovely round early on. Was sitting in 2nd place for quite a long time, but has now dropped us low 6th, but still, I mean, anywhere in the top 10, top 20 really. We've had quite a good day, and it just sets you up to go 4th from here. Audrey Vittori, who is now riding in her 2nd junior Europeans. She's twice ridden at pony European level. Oof, again got deep. Still able to turn inside to follow it. Coming home on 84.29 with the seconds in. Audrey Venturi there for Monaco. 6 to go. Netherlands, Finland, Romania, Portugal, France and Hungary. Now the Dutch have their last rider, Yves Willems. Now the Netherlands actually have brought together 2 cracking rounds and are in a really strong... This could end up in a good day for the Dutch, because actually Nina Hutzank is sitting in 9th. Jonny van Stamvoort sits in 12th. Let's see what Highway can do here with Yves to round out the team performance for the Dutch. They might be in a very nice place. Second year in a row for these two at the Europeans. It was a difficult year for the Dutch on home soil last year because they couldn't bet a 7th as a team, but they're certainly looking like they could start strongly, at least here in Germany. Has that stayed or has it gone? I think it's stayed up, but it certainly gave it a rattle. Sometimes there you've got to have a little bit of luck. Well, having made a big point that I thought Switzerland were in a great position, I'll tell you what, if this ends up being clear, the Dutch are going to be in the strongest position of all as a team, because that is superb, and it's gone second for Yves Willems. And it means with just 5 to go, the Dutch top 3 sit second, 10th and 13th. So it's gone very well. There isn't another nation that betters that when it comes to 3 riders. As I say, the Swiss not far out of it, really, because, I mean, they're first, 16th and 19th, sorry. But, I mean, that's a good news story for them. Right, on to Finland. Harele and Saltus Quinlan now. The 11-year-old gelding by Eureka. Was he able to give the Finnish team a positive end to the day? Last year, he won the Baltic Junior title in individual gold. Of course, he was also the Junior European Champion back in 2022 on Elite L. Oh, he went for it. I think he got away with it as well. He understands the importance of the speed if you're going for an individual title as well as the team, but the individual especially, you do want to try and get yourself up into the top 10 on day one, because the only way you beat those that are ahead of you after today is if they have fences down and you don't. And this is why this young man who knows how to win titles is flying. And he's not done yet. This is going to shake up the top of the order. I'm not sure it'll change the leader, but it's going to change the top 3. 73.66. He's jumped up into 3rd, and that means Lynn Halverson now down into 4th. At the top of the order, Laura Andre's got a pretty good hold on it. Youth, but the rest of it is just like a fruit machine. It just keeps moving in front of me on my screen as these rounds unfold. Now we're into the final 4. Romania, Brianna, Elena Vasilia here with LA Style K. This 9-year-old stallion is the last out for Team Romania. Still on a 0 score here. It's not going to be quick enough to shake up the top, but I tell you, they're all happy because they know a clear round is a boost in confidence. Brianna, well done. LA Style K, happy enough with that. We're leaving us just 3 to go. Portugal up next. Leonor Azevedo e Silva riding for Portugal with elegant harmony. First championship appearance for the combination rider here. And not the easiest of starts, it's fair to say. They've come to a stop, so they're going to have another little go. They'll come back round and try again. Difficult, but eliminated. So sadly not worked out on this occasion. It's not to be for the last out for Portugal. They'll have to make their decisions as to how they progress forward in terms of the team. Of course, they are a team of 5. They'll be able to choose 4. Now there are 2 to go. Now France have not had the best of days or the best of afternoons or evenings. I've sort of lost track of the time, so I don't know where we are in that. The best of the French riders sits down in 53rd place, Timothy Cartonet, and there's a lot of jumping to come over the 2 rounds of the teams, but you've got to remember that when we started today, the defending junior team champions were France. The French team won the gold medal 12 months ago in the Netherlands, and it's not necessarily started as strongly as they will have been hoping. And Olivia Boss, their chef d'équipe, I'm sure will be aware of that. But they could finish on a high, depending what this combination does. Anna Shavarsky, the last time she rode at a Europeans was back in 2021. That was in the ponies. That year, she was part of a gold medal winning team for France and a top 10 finisher individually herself. They could really do with a bit of a boost. The French team towards the end of day 1, Dylan the third Z. This 9-year-old gelding by De Fleur. It's not got any better, has it? It's just not gone their way. But I still go back to the fact this is just sort of sets the ball rolling, shall we say, for what's to come, because when you get to the end of today, it's very small fractions that will be the difference in the team scores. And when you start getting into those 2 rounds of team jumping, as I've mentioned, those 4 penalties counts much, much more weightily. Oh dear, she was a long way off. But it is still important to do well today for many reasons, and that was 12 seconds added on then to 73, so that's 85-63. Anna Shavarovsky there as the last out for Team France, leaving us just one more combination to go. 114 started. We've seen 113 of them so far. And it's going to be Hungary to wrap out the day. Now, don't forget, tomorrow we kick off bright and breezy on a Wednesday morning, 8 o'clock local time here in Riesenbeck. We've got the first round of the children's. Then at 12:30 we're going to have the first round of the young riders. And then at 5 o'clock tomorrow evening we've got the juniors second competition, which is the team and individuals. It's the first round of the teams competition. The names, I think, make sense, but basically the next leg, and it's the first part of the teams. When you count, you look at 4 of them, and you count 3. And then we'll do that again on Thursday for their second competition, and then we'll know who's won the medal. Now, of course, here, Rodrigo Shazai and Chakatano. He's only an 8-year-old, actually. He's riding in his 5th European Championships. Twice he's finished in the top 10 when he was in children's. Second year in juniors. Now, I wonder how quickly that magical team at Hippodata will be able to pull through the scores, knowing them quite quick. What a finish that was from Hungary. He's gone 12th. Rodrigo Shazai, lovely little under the radar round of jumping there. If I'm looking ahead to tomorrow, he's jumping his way through today. And you know what? 2 of the Hungarian riders, one 12th and one 23rd. Maya Peters I should say, has had a good round. So, what a great day. And I mean, well done, Laura Andre. Let's start there, because she and LB Zonal II have topped the Table C. The first competition goes the way of Switzerland, and the Dutch rider, Yves Willems and Highway, is second. Jona Illy and Celtus Quinlan taking 3rd place. And then in 4th place, it went the way of Glenn Orange. Full marks, Lynn Arvidsson as the first to go. Seth Waters, Patrick Sadowski, Emily Maloney, Maria De Ferro, Elzia Chakalova, and Naomi Hamrick. I'm not going to go lower than 10th. You can read them through yourselves as they go out there on the screen. Now, let's just see if we can get what I'm hoping. I don't think it's going to come through that fast, is it? No. There's a fabulous website, and I suggest you go there in a little while if you want to look at the team scores and the way it's all stacked out, because that does normally take a little bit of working out and has to be signed off. So we'll look forward to that. We'll know it by the morning, and we'll know it sooner than that. But either way, we're off and running. The FEI Jumping European Championships. Riesenbeck 2025 is underway. Don't miss it. Stay with us over the coming days. We're here through to Sunday. Look forward to joining you again on FEI TV. See you later.
Everything is prepared. The prize-giving committee is on their position, and the riders and horses are Coming further forward to us, parading into the arena for the prize-giving ceremony of class number 21, the first competition of the European Championship Juniors. First winners for this weekend. Here they are, the winners and placed riders of the first competition of the FEI Jumping European Championships Juniors, presented by Tierklinik Telchte and Ludgers das Pferdefutter. A huge class, 114 competitors, and this combination, they took the victory in 71.85 seconds. The 11-year-old stallion by Sirocco Blue, LB Zornel II, and Laura André. Congratulations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you can, we may rise for the national anthem for Switzerland. LB Zornel II and Laura André, Switzerland. And to officiate this victory, Rob Hartzmann for the international judges, stepping further forward to congratulate Laura André and LB Zornel II for their victory this afternoon. Congratulations by Tierklinik Telchte, represented with Dr. Stefan Lumpe. And of course, the prize in kind given by Ludgers das Pferdefutter, presented by Melina Matejka. Once again, give it up for the winning combination, LB Zornel II and Laura André. On second position, There's also a surprise in kinds for the second and third place rider by Ludgers das Pferdefutter. The second place, 37.41 seconds for Highway, and from the Netherlands, Yves Willems. The third place, the European champion of 2022, is in third position today in his first competition, 73.66 seconds with 11-year-old Salters Killian John-Eli, Finland. In fourth, 73.67 seconds, Glenn Lorengi, first horse in this class today, fourth position for Lynn Arvidsson. Sweden in fourth, Belgium in fifth, Quito de Mariposa, a brilliant round, and well done to Sepp Wouters. And Poland in sixth, 74.71 seconds for the 17-year-old Jericho and Patryk Skiczynski. It is the first competition of the 2025 Junior European Championships in Riesenbeck, and I think it's a proper deserved round of applause for all the six, the riders and the horses, on the first lap of honor for this week, led by Zornel II and Laura André. Switzerland, take a lap of honor.
It's a celebration. Let's celebrate. There's a party going on right here. A celebration that lasts throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We gonna celebrate.
Once again, the winners, Laura André, Zornel II, Yves Willems,
Let's all celebrate and have
John-Eli, Lynn Arvidsson, Sepp Wouters, and Patryk Skiczynski.
a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to you. What's your pleasure? Everyone around the world, come on!
What a beautiful competition to start off the European Championships in Riesenbeck on this very arena. And we have the first competition tomorrow morning, the first round for the children, starting at 8 a.m. and then 12:30, the first round for the young riders. Once again, a speed and handiness class. And then we have a 5 o'clock, 5 p.m., the second competition already for the individuals and the team standings of the juniors. So have a nice evening. Have a nice evening, including riding the bull and riding him hard. Ladies and gentlemen, have fun at the FEI Jumping European Championships in Riesenbeck 2025. See you at here tomorrow morning.